And Shana Tova.
Don't hide your face from me. I'm asking for your help. I call to you, please hear my prayers, O God. If you could answer me as I have called to you, please hear me now. Don't hide your face from me. Don't hide your face from me. I'm asking for your help. I call to you, please hear my prayers, O God. If you would answer me as I have called to you, please hear me now. Don't hide your face from me. Please hear me now. Don't hide your face from me.
4 times every year we gather together for a service that's different than any other service, called our Yizkor service. It's the service that carves out the space to really take time to remember. For many of us, we can't help but to remember. We stumble across an old picture while we're cleaning out a closet. We watch a television show that was a loved one's favorite. We're walking down the aisle in the supermarket, and we just happen to be hit by a flood of memories. But sometimes to carve out that specific time, that specific place, can actually be incredibly healing. And though, of course, every time that you say Kaddish, every time that you say the memorial prayer at the end of services, that's a discrete moment to give yourself a time to sit in the sadness, to carve out a 45-minute period to really think, to really reflect, to really dwell, to really honor, itself can be a gift. And so over the course of our time this afternoon, we're going to take that time for reflection and for memory, to invite in whoever we want to invite in, both into the room and into our hearts, so that we can fill this room up with the resounding feeling, the resounding sound of what it means to truly remember. We're on page 540 as we start our memorial service with the words of Eli, Eli, a prayer penned by Hannah Senesh, the Israeli poet who died while paratrooping behind enemy lines during World War II.
I pray that these things never end. The sand and the sea the crash of the heavens, the prayer of the heart.
Page 541. This is the hour of memory, and this is our house of comfort. Wounded by loss, we retreat from life. Our synagogue gathers us in. Into this place, we bring stories and prayers, unanswered questions, tears that need to be shed, lives recollected and carried within us, moments of courage and laughter and pain. This day embraces them all. This place embraces them all. Now the heart opens in sorrow, for we are time's subject, and all that we love, we must lose. So let us hold fast to the love that remains and cherish the light of the sun. Today, all of us walk the mourner's path. Together, may we find strength. Page 544.
Shviti Adonai, Lenegdi Tamid, Ki mimini, Ma le'emod, Lachen tzamach libi, Vayagel kvodi, Af bisari, Yishkon lavetach, Ki lo tazor nafshi, Bishon, Lo titen chasidcha, Lirok shachar, Todi'eni, Orech Chaim, Zas machol panecha, Neimod bimin netach, Tziviti Adonai, Lenegdi tamid, Adonai.
Over the course of our service this afternoon, we're going to light 7 candles. And each year we have different themes of who we actually invite up to light. But this year we decided, as we actually did last year, to invite up people who have family members who they've lost. And you're going to see as people come up, represented here, because it was a very hard year for our congregation, is 2 of our past presidents and our Rabbi Emeritus, Stanley Skolnick. And so I hope that as we see these members, we realize that this 7 is just a small section of the many, many people who we have lost. Later, I'm going to read a list of all of those names, people that shared with us names of loved ones that we read on Friday night services before Kaddish. But one of the things to understand as I look out into the sanctuary, and I got actually choked up a little bit during the opening song, is realizing just how many people over, at this point, the 4 years I've been with you, but also Cantor, the 14 years or 15 years that she's been with you too. We've seen the pain as you've lost parents and siblings, you've lost children. And so each one of you could be also the one lighting this candle as well. So I want to call up Norma Skolnick, and as she comes up, we'll join together in that reading on page 548. At birth, a miracle, you light the spark in every human soul. Together,
Emerging into light, we breathe it in. The neshama, your sacred gift of life.
in every day, every breath comes to us as a miracle.
The light within us, unique and precious, is with us always while we live.
When breath has ceased and life has gone, the neshama returns to you.
And the spark that lived inside the ones we love, unique and precious, beautiful and good, is theirs no more.
Their light is ours, their radiance now burns in us, eternal memory of flame.
So we light candles to keep our love alive, to bring their light into the world.
A light unique and precious, ours to treasure while we live.
To journey through the nights.
Adonai shall be your everlasting light, and your days of mourning shall be ended.
Ki Adonai yelach le'olam v'shalmu yemei evle.
We light our first candle.
Thank you so much, Norma.
Page 549. The death of a loved one is the most profound of all sorrows. The grief that comes with such a loss is intense and multifaceted, affecting our emotions, our bodies, and our lives. Grief is preoccupying and depleting. Emotionally, grief is a mixture of raw feelings such as sorrow, anguish, anger, regret, longing, fear, and deprivation. Grief may be experienced physically as exhaustion, emptiness, tension, sleeplessness, or loss of appetite. Grief invades our daily lives in many sudden gaps and changes, like that empty place at the dinner table or the sudden loss of affection and companionship, as well as in many new apprehensions, adjustments, and uncertainties. The loss of a loved one throws every aspect of our lives out of balance. The closer we were to the person who died, the more havoc the loss creates. Love does not die quickly. Hence, to grieve is also to celebrate the depth of the union. Tears are then the jewels of remembrance, sad but glistening with the beauty of the past. So grief in its bitterness marks the end, but also is praise to the one who is gone. Page 554, as we call up our next candle, David Amlin. Together on the bottom of that page, blessed are those who give meaning to our lives. Holy and precious is the example they leave behind. We pray, may our sorrows diminish as we recall their strength. May their wisdom protect us and help us to live. Let our grief be transformed into tenderness toward those who are still with us.
Baruch atah Adonai mekor hachayim.
Page 555. Adonai, how hard to fathom that we are worthy of your care. How astonishing your awareness of us, for we are like the morning mist, our days a passing shadow. At dawn we flourish anew, by dusk we wither and fade, sending us back to earth's dust. You tell us, return, you who belong to humanity. If only we were wise and we understood what lies ahead. For when we die, we carry nothing away. We leave our possessions behind. So mark the wholehearted, take note of the upright, for there is a purpose in a life of integrity. Adonai, you replenish the lives of all who revere you, and those who trust in you will never despair. Psalm 121, page 556. We turn to page 560, and for our third candle, I want to call out Mark Berman. We'll read together on the bottom of that page. Blessed is the life force within us, even in the worst of times. Like dew on the grass, it renews and restores. We pray, may courage come. Let dark fears be gone with morning's light. Let grief give way to confidence and new hope. We're on page 561 as we read responsively. When I cry, my voice trembles with fear. When I call out, it cracks with anger.
How can I greet the dawn with song when darkness eclipses the rising sun?
To whom shall I turn when the clouds of the present eclipse the rays for tomorrow?
Turn me around to yesterday, that I may be consoled by its memories.
Were not the seas split asunder? Did we not once walk together through the waters to the dry side?
Did we not bless the bread that came forth from the heavens?
Did your voice not reach my ears and direct my wanderings?
The waters, the lightning, the thunder remind me of yesterday's triumphs.
Let the past offer proof of tomorrow. Let it be my comforter and guarantor.
I have been here before, known the fright, and found your companionship.
I enter the sanctuary again to await the echo of your promise. We're on page 566 on the bottom, and I'd like to call up Ken Cohen, Jody Nussbaum, and Tucker Wentz to light the next candle. Join with me. Blessed are the memories, holy and cherished, the love they reveal. We pray, may our sorrows soften and diminish in strength. May the pains of past bereavements grow gentler with time. Let memory bring us nearer to the loved ones in our midst. There are stars up above, so far away we only see their light long after the star itself is gone. And so it is with people that we loved. Their memories keep shining ever brightly, though their time with us is done. But the stars that light up the darkest night, these are the lights that guide us. As we live our days, these are the ways we remember.
שאורם מגיע ארצה, רק כאשר הם עצמם עבדו ונם. יש אנשים שזיו זכרם מאיר, כאשר הם עצמם אינם עוד בתוכנו. חשקת הליל, הן שערים לאדם את הדרך, את הדרך. הם שמרים לאדם
et haderech, et haderech. We take a moment for silent reflection, beginning on the next page and moving forward, thinking of those who we are here with in spirit, those who we've invited into the room and into our hearts today as we remember. We turn to page 578. And I want to call Amy Clayman up to light our next candle as we join together on that reading on the bottom of the page. Blessed is the life of every soul, pure and bright, the breath of God within us. We pray, help us know the infinite wisdom that gives life and takes it away. Forgive us for anger, bitterness, and selfishness. Teach us the language of healing.
Baruch atah Adonai mekor hachayim.
Page 583. Let evening come. Let the light of late afternoon shine through the chinks in the barn, moving up the bales as the sun moves down. Let the cricket take up chaffing as the woman takes up her needles and her yarn. Let evening come. Let dew collect on the hoe abandoned in the long grass. Let the stars appear and the moon disclose her silver horn. Let the fox go back to the sandy den. Let the wind die down. Let the shed go back inside. Let evening come. To the bottle in the ditch, to the scoop in the oats, to the air in the lung, let evening come. Let it come as it will, and don't be afraid. God does not leave us comfortless, so let the evening come. Bottom of that page. V'yahira ve'im ruchi geviati Adonai li velo ira ve'im ruchi geviati Adonai li velo ira ve'ado avgid ruchi Page 584, and our next candle will be lit by Leslie Block. Together. Blessed is the path to acceptance, very near and sometimes distant as the horizon. We pray that our moments of joy surpass the times of struggle, that we taste the sweetness of each precious day, and that the work of our hands brings fulfillment.
Baruch atah Adonai mekor hachayim.
Page 585.
Those who sow in tears will reap in joy, will reap in joy. Those who sow in tears will reap in joy. Join us.
Those who sow in tears will reap in joy, will reap in joy. Those who sow in tears will reap in joy.
It's the song of the dreamer, from the dark place it grows, like a flower in the desert, the oasis of our souls. Come back where we belong. You who hear our longing sighs, our mouths, our lips are filled with song. You can see our tear-filled eyes. Those
who sow in tears will reap in joy, will reap in joy. Those who sow in tears will reap in joy. If some messenger were to come to us with the offer that death should be overthrown, but with the one irreparable condition that birth should also cease. If the existing generation were given the chance to live forever, but on the clear understanding that never again would there be a child or a youth or a first love, never again a new person with new hopes, new ideas, new achievements, ourselves for always and never any others, could the answer be in doubt? When we fear death's decree, let these bring us solace, the memory of loved ones who have gone before us, a vision of generations to come, through whom we reach far into the future, beyond our own lives. Page 591. And for our final candle, I'd like to call up Linda Sterling. We read together in the middle of that page. Blessed is the pilgrimage from grief to gratitude. Precious are the sights along the way. We pray for humility to see in all things the great artist of eternity, for generosity to respond to the gift of life by giving of ourselves, for strength to hold on to life and let it go.
Baruch atah Adonai mekor hachayim.
We're on page 93, moving into page 94. We're going to begin actually with the English on page 594. A Psalm of David. And if you know the words, I'll invite you to join with me. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He guideth me in straight paths for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou hast anointed my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of Adonai forever.
Adonai roi lo echsar vinod dashayar vitzeini al memenuchot yenachaleini nafshi yishover yanecheni v'magle tzedek leman shimo גם כי אלך בגץ על מוות, לא ירא כי אתה עמדי. שבטך ומשענתך המה ינחמוני. תערוך לפניי שולחן נגד צורריי, דישן תבא שמן ראשי. כוסי רוויה, אך טוב וחסד ירדפוני כל ימי חיי, ושבתי בבית אדוני לאורך ימי.
Page 596. Blessed is peace, for all blessings flow from it. Precious is peace, for without it no blessing is complete. We pray for inner serenity, for peace of mind, and for the feeling of at-homeness in the universe and in our hearts.
Baruch atah Adonai mekor hachayim.
Rabbi Menachem Mendel of Kutzka would say, Ein davar shalem yoter mi lev shavor. There is nothing more whole than a broken heart. I know so many here have hearts that are breaking. And in a moment, I'm going to read a list of names of people for whom our congregation is recalling. I know that there are likely other names of people who lost loved ones in this past year, and I know this list can't possibly be complete and include all our sadness. It's just the names of people that we were told about, that we sent emails about, that we read at services. But sometimes even names that I might have added manually at the last minute may not even be on this list, which means that after I read these names and I give us a chance to rise for all those names mentioned, I'll also give you a chance to add names of your own, of loved ones that may not be on this list. Our community recalls Lynn Adler, Ree Adler, Jack Amazon, Seymour Amlin, Sidney Vincent Arbor IV, Gwen Kaplan Adamantic, Nan Barkin, Richard Becker, Ellen Berman, Phyllis Berman, Florence Berner, Irving Berner, Arnold Block, Marilyn Brenner, Alan Shavat, Miriam Cohen, Susan Kramer, Carmela D'Agostino, Lenny DeCamp, Doris Elkin, Robert Gelb, Michael Gordon, Daniel Gottesman, Francis Gutentag, Roberta Handler, Phyllis Higdon, Jerry Hoffman, Bonnie Horowitz, Joan Horowitz, Robert Coulter, Marianne Kramer, Robert Krentzman, Francois Laurent, Salvatore Marchese, Aidan McCusker, Andrew Nam, Sue Nussbaum, Eleanor Ochfeld, Quentin Palmer, Margaret Penny, Sheila Richter, Jesse Rothenberg, Joseph Ruffalo, Beverly Sacro, David Sarlin, Howard Bo Chamblion, Sandy Shea, Sheila Sholak, Miriam Schlang, Rabbi Stanley Skolnick, Herbert Stein, Sybil Stewart, Arlene Steyer, Joan Sutton, Milton Tambor, Keith Taylor, Leonard Vest, Mark Stanley Eustin. I'll invite anyone else who has a name of someone they've lost within the past year to please rise and share that name with us. Turn to page 598, and I'll invite the rest of our congregation to rise for El Malei Rachamim. Page 602. We miss them at celebrations when there's an empty seat at the table. We miss them when the community gathers and there's an empty place beside us. We miss them today and every day with every year that passes as our life goes on without them. Their faces, their voices, the feel of our arms around them. These are with us forever. For so it is written, love is strong as death. The love that we gave, the love that we received, these endure amid the pain of loss. We join together in the Mourner's Kaddish, page 606. Itgadal v'itgadash shemei Rama, v'yamad divrach kirtei v'yamlich malchutei, v'chayachon u'v'yom echon u'v'chayet l'chol beit Yisrael, ba'agala u'v'isman karib v'imru amen. Yehei shmei Rabba mevarach li'olam u'lamei almaya, Yiparak v'yishtabak v'yipa'ar v'yitnamam v'yitnaseh, v'yitadar v'yitaleh v'yitalal shemeda kudesha barechu, le'ela u'le'ela min kol birchata v'shirata, tushbachata v'nechamata, damiram b'yama v'imru amen. Yehi Shlama Rabba Min Shemaya, V'chaim Alenu Ve'al Israel V'imru Amen. Oseh Shalom B'mromav, Hu Ya'aseh Shalom, Alenu Ve'al Israel V'imru Amen.
Oseh Shalom, Oseh Shalom, B'mromav, Hu Ya'aseh Shalom Aleinu Ve'al Kol Yisrael.
Oseh Shalom, Oseh Shalom, B'mromav, Hu Ya'aseh Shalom Aleinu Ve'al Kol Yisrael. Ve'al Kol Yisrael. Zichronam Livracha, may their memories be for a blessing.
Amen.
Our service is now concluded. In 12 minutes, we'll be back here for the start of our afternoon service. For those who are joining us for that, we'll see you there. For those who are headed home, I hope you have a meaningful rest of the day. We'll begin with the words, Ozi v'zimrat yah, vayhi li l'shua. That God, you're my song, you are my strength. The line the Israelites sang along with Mi Chamocha as they crossed the sea. Zimrat Yah, Vayehi Lishua, Ozi Mezimrat Yah, Vayehi Lishua. Zimrat Yah, Vayehi Lishua, Ozi v'zimrat Yah, Vayehi Lishua. Zimrat Yah, Vayehi Lishua, Ozi v'zimrat Yah, Vayehi Lishua. Gemar Chatima Tova. We're going to move now into our afternoon service, and it begins a little abruptly with the reading of our Torah. Now, we're going to return back to a tradition that I inherited that we actually haven't done since my first year here, actually, because our second year we tried a completely different, radically different program, and then the pandemic hit. But it's really nice touch. So in a moment, what we're going to do is we're going to read Torah, but we're going to do it in smaller groups. That way you each get a chance to not only meet a few new people, but also participate in a discussion on the Torah portion that's less of a big room like this. So what's going to happen is, if you're sitting over here, you guys are headed into the chapel. If you guys are in the center section, you'll stay right here. And if you are over here, you're going to head downstairs into the youth lounge, okay? Chapel, here, youth lounge. And so what we'll do is we're going to actually have 3 Torahs that come out. Follow your Torah to the specific place that you are going. If you're staying here, we'll just do a lap around and you get a chance to kiss the Torah. Take all your stuff with you, because if latecomers come in, they might take your seat and then it'll get confusing. But I promise there'll be plenty of seats when you get back. But what we'll do is we'll read Torah together. We have 3 different Torah readers in each of the different rooms. And after that finishes, we'll have a short discussion, depending on your Torah portion for your room, on what you actually just read. And we'll come back together to hear Haftarah into this room. So, yes? Yes, if you have trouble getting downstairs, you can either choose to go to a different room or you can use an elevator. There is an elevator to get downstairs.
It's like choose your own adventure.
Exactly. Exactly. And so what we'll do is we will return, let's say, a half hour, actually 25 minutes from now. We'll return 25 minutes from now. Half hour. We'll return a half hour from now.
Can you tell me the exact time?
Yes. So 4:40, come back here and we'll join together. And so we're going to turn first, page 328. We'll read responsively. We give thanks today for a Torah of life, the way of kindness, mercy, and truth. Together.
May compassion be our source of sustenance now, as in our people's past.
May our souls withstand times of crisis and our hearts the inclination to evil.
May the covenant of Abraham and Sarah strengthen our will to do what is right.
May the qualities of mercy and goodness, love and forgiveness flow through our lives.
And let us be strong in a perilous world. Let us open our hearts to the path of Torah.
We're going to rise together and call up all those who are carrying Torah and opening our ark.
Ki mitzion tetzei Torah. Ki mitzion tetzei Torah. Udevar Adonai merushalayim. Baruch shenatan Torah, Torah. Baruch shenatan Torah, Torah. Le'amo Yisrael b'kedushato. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Echad Eloheinu Gadol Adonenu Kadosh Shemo. Gadlul Adonai iti uneromema Shemo Yagdav.
You can head off to your respective rooms, follow your Torahs.
She's gonna do it.
Nai, 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 yai, dai, dai,
Dai, dai, dai. Yai, dai, dai, dai.
dai,
Yai, dai, dai, yai, dai, 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 yai, dai, yai, dai, 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 yai, dai, yai, dai, 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 yai, dai, dai, yai, dai, 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 yai, dai, 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 yai, dai, yai, dai, 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 dai. Yai, dai, dai, dai. Yai, dai, dai.
Yai, dai, 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 yai, dai, dai, yai, dai, dai. Our Torah is just coming back here. All right, so welcome everyone. We're going to be reading from Leviticus chapter 19. We're going to actually be beginning on verse 11 through 18. The two different rooms have have really three different sections to them. That way, we're kind of covering the whole Torah portion, but just in different spaces. And our conversation will look fundamentally different than the other conversation because we're covering completely different verses. And so we've got three readers this afternoon, but only one aliyah. And so I'd like to call up for our aliyah, Lisa Korn, Ta'amod, Leah Rezel, Bat Laser, Vimakal Aliyah Torah, and to read our Torah kind of one right after the other, Jordan Greenberger, Crystal Van Horn, and Steph Lurie. I'm looking for a yad right now, which I don't quite see.
I bet there's one in the office, in Ronnie's office. I bet you could find one.
Yes, would you run and grab a yad for me? And as we do, we have a yad.
She just happened to carry it.
Wow. All right. Amazing. So as we're looking for this section, what we're going to do is I want to invite everybody, because we're a small enough group, up, if you feel comfortable with COVID, to come stand around. I want to invite you to get nice and close to our Torah. It's nice, the high holidays, we tend to have, 700 people in a room. The fact that we can have less than that is beautiful.
What verses are we doing?
We're going to start on verse 11 through 14.
I think it's on 358.
Page 358. $338. Okay. All right. Whenever you're ready.
Baruch et Adonai Hamvorach.
Baruch Adonai Hamvorach Leolam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hamvorach Leolam Va'ed. Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu Melech Olam Asher Bachar Banu Mikol Ha'amim Venatan Lanu Torah Teto. Baruch Ato Adonai Notein HaTorah.
Amen. Lo tignovu velo tachakashu velo tashakru ishba mito velo tashava uvishmi lashacher vechilalta et shem Elohecha ani Adonai lo ta'ashok et reachad velo tigzom Lo talin peulat shahir itachad boker.
Lo tihalel charesh v'lifnei iver. Lo titain mechal shel mikshol va'irachem alecha ani Adonai. Lo tiasu avel b'mishpat lach. Lo tisa panei dal v'lo tihavdar panei gadol. B'tzedek Tishpot amitecha.
Lo talek rakil ve'ameka, lo ta'amod al damrayeka, ani Adonai. Lo tifna et avika bilvaveka, O hey yaktokiak et domitecha, velo tifna alav chet. Lo tikom, velo titor et vene ameka, vea haftaloriacha kamoka, ani Adonai.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech olam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chaye olam nata betochenu. Baruch atah Adonai notein haTorah.
So as we head back to our seats, if you've never seen a Torah up close, I want to invite you to just linger up here. I'm going to open it up. That way you get a chance to be up close to one if you've never seen one up close. Yeah, you can come if you want to see one again. Absolutely. I don't know. Yeah. You can see. All right, so we're going to get a chance to actually discuss our Torah. Before that, actually, we're going to leave this here because we're going to do a Hagbah all together, I think. What I want to invite us to do is just to open the page. Marge, what page are we on again? We're on page 358 and 359. 338, I'm sorry, 338 and 339. And by the way, this is not the traditional afternoon portion. The traditional afternoon portion is actually a portion from really one chapter earlier, which speaks about all of the sexual sins that you're not allowed to do. For obvious reasons, I think, the Reform movement decided that it made more sense to read the greatest hits of ethics, which is called the Holiness Code. And so we read verse 11 through verse 18. And in a way, I feel a little bit guilty. I actually was originally kind of aiming to grab a harder section and to give James, our student rabbi, who's leading one of these, this one, because this is the greatest hits of ethics. But it turns out that because of the scroll and what room we had to be in and logistics, I ended up getting the best part. So if you take a look, there's plenty of material here. What I want to do actually is I want to talk about a few of these, really kind of like one or two. And I want to ask a few kind of key questions at each one and get a few responses. And I want to point out that as we have this discussion, it's always a little hard to have the discussion with people who are watching online, but we're going to try our best to make sure that everyone speaks into a microphone so those who are online can participate. So if you look at the beginning, right, you shall not steal, you shall not deceive, you shall not lie to one another, nor swear falsely in my name, profaning the name of your God, I am Adonai. You shall not exploit your neighbor, nor shall you rob. You shall not keep a worker's wage with you overnight until morning. Here's the line I want to concentrate on. You shall not curse a person who is deaf, nor put a stumbling block before a person who is blind. Rather, you shall revere your God, I am Adonai. This idea of placing the stumbling block before the blind has become this really important idea in Jewish legal language. And I want to put a question to you and let you think a little bit about this. There was an ethicist column a number of years ago in the New York Times, which I think about from time to time. And here's the question. The question was, I'm staying over at my friend's house. I know my friend keeps kosher. I accidentally use the wrong dishes, and then I put those dishes back in the dishwasher with all the other dishes, so there is no way to know which dish I basically unkoshered. And the question is, do I have an obligation to my friend to tell him that I messed up his dishes? In part because probably it means throwing out every single dish and starting over again if your friend really takes kosher seriously. And so the question is, do you tell? I'm curious, raise your hand if you would tell. Raise your hand. Your friend has no idea this ever happened. He's going to go through his life with no idea this ever happened. This is a secret you can keep from him. Raise your hand if you would keep the secret that you wouldn't tell. Wouldn't tell. All right. So let's hear from one or two of the sides. Would you tell? Would you not tell? Because what you are dealing with here is the boundary of this law. Do not place a stumbling block before the blind, right? Because in our tradition, we understand that if you could facilitate someone sinning and you don't remove that boundary, what you are doing actually is participating in the sin itself. And so by not telling him, you're setting him up to have a non-kosher kitchen, even though he's none the wiser. So the question is, what are the boundaries of that law? Because there's plenty of other things. For example, the Talmud is very clear that you need to do what you can to protect another person's finances. And in fact, there are times in Jewish history where someone will go to their rabbi, they will have shechted a chicken, right? They will have killed that chicken, and they will show that chicken to their rabbi. And their rabbi will look at the chicken. This, by the way, it's documented, right? The rabbi will look at the chicken, and he will say, clearly this chicken is not kosher, but you are wearing rags. And so I'm looking and seeing if you killed the chicken correctly. You have to, like, in one cut the right pipes out of your neck. And he will say, your chicken is perfect. The rabbi will lie to the woman, it's usually a woman, but it could be man, who is bringing them the chicken, because the rabbi knows their finances and knows that even though you're not supposed to place a stumbling block in front of the blind, you still are allowed to let them eat that, because that might be the difference between dinner and not dinner. So the question is, where is the boundary? Are you placing that stumbling block in the case of the dish, or are you protecting the finances? Are you protecting the spiritual health of your friend? And so I want to ask that as a question, because I think it deals with the boundary of a number of different laws in this particular portion. So yeah, Steph. And stand up when you speak, that way the camera can cue you.
This might be too modern a take on it, but I can't help but think if you have to throw out all those dishes, the landfill. I mean, to me, that's worse than lying to the person.
Good. So one of the things you're getting at is another Jewish value, right? It's in Deuteronomy, and it's do not destroy. It actually comes from this idea that when you're going to siege a town, you can burn the town, you can do whatever you need, but fruit-bearing plants, you don't destroy those fruit-bearing plants, because there are just needless environmental things that you might do that are just not okay. And so what you're doing, Steph, is you're lopping on another important Jewish value in helping you make that question. And now you mentioned the question about lying, right? I haven't used that word yet, but it's important because lies of omission are still lies, but lies are allowed in Judaism sometimes. To give you an example, there's a very famous argument by Hillel and Shammai. If you go to a wedding, you are supposed to walk up to the bride and tell the bride she's beautiful. It is a Jewish law to do that. What happens if the bride is not looking beautiful that day? Shammai says the bride as she is, meaning you tell her that what she looks like, right? Hillel says a beautiful and gracious bride. No matter who the bride is, no matter what she looks like, you lie. Hillel wins for obvious reasons. So lying is sometimes allowed. Yeah.
I have so many thoughts on this, because what you're saying is you will be part of that whole lie, and then you have to live with that for the rest of your life. I have to now live with the fact that I did not tell the truth, and someone else has now crossed their boundary of keeping kosher. And so how do I reconcile that with myself? Because I've caused him to do something he didn't know he was doing because I lied.
So what you're getting at is this idea, it's called the clean hands, dirty hands conundrum in philosophy. This idea that, like, are you going to do a bad thing and dirty your hand, but, like, in this case, not clearing your conscience by telling them because it's better for them? Or are you going to leave with clean hands, even if potentially it might cause him to have to spend a lot of money, right? We'll go one, then two.
I think it goes back to your Kol Nidre speech, right, Rabbi, where, like, if you tell the truth, you have to apologize, and then you have to mean it. And then if you are apologetic and you get it off your chest and you feel good about doing it, then all is well. And then it comes to the financial piece. If you're doing the right thing, split the difference with him and help him pay for new dishes.
It's not a clear decision for me, but I'm in the leaning towards intentionality. And this was a completely unintentional mistake that you made, Rabbi, with your friend or this person. And I have to think that God is going to cut a little slack for the intention of wanting to ruin the dishes. And I think that this person who's kosher didn't do anything wrong. And as a result, I think it should be okay, and I think you should not have to tell him because he wasn't intending to hurt him. But as I said, not 100%, just trying to show another side.
And I want to be clear, I was never in this situation. Yeah. This was an ethicist column in the New York Times, yes.
So I think
you have to live with that lie, and I think that would be really hard. So to me, and honestly, it's dishes you could help pay to get them re-koshered. I don't think you have to throw everything out. Can't you? It's not that hard to re-kosher dishes, is it?
I mean, if they're made of any kind of porous material, which almost all dishes are, you can't. Yeah, you can't.
Well, anyway, then I think you should. Yeah, I think you have to be honest. I mean, I can remember a situation of buying a kosher chicken from a kosher butcher and then finding out, I don't know, a week or two later that this butcher got prosecuted for mislabeling chickens as kosher, which were not, and yeah, it was in Clifton, actually, and I think that, I mean, somebody said to me that in that situation, it's the sin of the butcher in that case. But in this one, I just feel like, how do you live with your lie? I mean, you'd end up not being friends with that person anymore.
Yeah, and I also want to point out that there's a kind of magnification of effect, right? So yes, this person will sit down and he will not eat a kosher meal in his kosher kitchen because he will not use kosher dishes if that matters to him, right? But so will every other person that he invites. And so now you've made him potentially someone who puts a stumbling block before the blind.
See, I see it very simplistic. I mean, how I read this is these are things that are intentional. You shall not curse a person who is deaf, nor put a stumbling block before a person who is blind. That in this case, this was inadvertent. This person didn't mean to do it. And this verse is talking about intentionality. You put a stumbling block before a blind person. That's an intentional thing you're doing. It's not unintentional.
That's a very good point. And at the same time, I want to say the original mistake of using the wrong dishes, unintentional. The decision to tell or not tell becomes the intentional piece. And that actually is the stumbling block, right? Is the information is the stumbling block, or the lack of information is the stumbling block. Yeah.
Hi. I was just going to say that it seems to me that we're trying to take on what is important to that person, that it might not just be the law, but it's important for them to be able to have those boundaries. And then you're, sorry, this is like really loud. It just seems like you're taking it on for what should be important to them and what isn't. And it'd be like, our son is a vegan, and if I were to go accidentally throw in some beef broth into the pot, and they go, oh yeah, I should have used vegetable. But it's still really important to our son not to have that. And they never know. But I don't know, I don't think I shouldn't be taking that on. I should leave it to them. Do they want to replace their dishes or not? Do they want to go have them re-koshered? Can I help? But they should know. So.
And what you're pointing at, which is really important, is the idea that suffering is subjective, right? Something that is hard is subjective. And the rabbis actually asked the question, what is suffering? They give a fascinating answer. Reaching into your pocket for 3 coins and accidentally pulling out 2. That seems incredibly mundane, but that's the point, right? That suffering is so subjective that who are we to ask or to question someone else's suffering? Which means if we're like, oh, it was just a little bit of meat in the vegan pot, if it matters to them, it's their suffering, right? Oh, you keep that level of kosher? Ugh, like I don't want to have to deal with that level of mishigas. If that's important to them, then it's their level of suffering, and you have to take that seriously.
I was just trying to think about like weighing things and balancing them, and the person who accidentally does it with the dish, it seems like there's no skin off their back, right? They haven't, and this goes to what Mark was just saying about the harm. Like the person who cares about the kashrut dishes has the damage. They're the one who has the potential harm, whereas the person who accidentally did it, all they have to do is say something that doesn't impact their emotions or their feelings necessarily. So.
almost wasn't going to say this, Rabbi, because I have a story where the two sides are. At first, I raised my hand saying I wouldn't tell them, and it's because of this thing that happened to me, which is that I was a guest at someone's house. Now, I'm Jewish. I'm a rabbi. At the time when this happened, I was in rabbinical school, but I converted to Judaism, and I converted in the Reform movement. And I was at the home of folks who keep kosher. It was my wife's colleagues. It was already a big deal that they invited gay people to their house on Shabbos in front of their children. It was like a really big deal. And they had whichever of the two kinds of kosher wine it is that a non-Jew is not supposed to touch the bottle after it's been opened. And we're sitting, and now, number one, no one educated me at the table that this was a rule. They assumed that I knew. Did I know when I put the dishes in the wrong dishwasher that there are two dishwashers or that there's two kinds of dishes, right? Am I aware that my friend keeps kosher? Do I know what vegan means, right? There's a lot of questions. But they opened the wine, and someone said, can you pass me the wine? And then he said, wait, Nikki, are you Jewish? Did you convert? And in that moment, I had to think about how to answer that question, because by me, the answer is, yes, I'm Jewish. But by the Orthodox folks at the table who don't accept Reform conversion, I'm not Jewish. I can't touch the bottle of wine and have them drink it. And the savior of the situation, as often happens, was the wife at the table, who said, I've got it, honey. And she handed the bottle of wine around. It didn't make me feel better, right? And it didn't really solve the problem, but that was a situation where we both had boundaries, where there was a transparency issue and a communication about what was important to us. So you're welcome for complicating the discussion further.
I think the other group is coming in. So I saw you had your hand up for a while.
Yeah, so I was just thinking too that, I think that it's important to understand the level of damage that can be done by telling the truth and how that could potentially harm the other person. And then also, what's the weight of you unburdening yourself versus what can be caused by hearing what's happened, which adds an extra layer to it. So just thinking, new to Temple.
So do we have the group waiting outside, or do we have time for? All right, I saw your hand up. We'll go one more.
So I think what you just said is talking about whether this is all about making yourself feel better, right? And maybe that's a good idea, and maybe it's not. To Lisa's point, I think people do lie, and they live with those lies all the time, and so I'm not sure that that's the sine qua non of how this discussion go. But Rabbi, I feel like you're focusing on the wrong clause in that particular line, because
spoken like a true lawyer. Yes.
But I'll tell you. But because whoever was over there who was worried about the intentionality of putting a stumbling block in front of the blind. When I read that, I thought, okay, that person is sort of a jerk, right? They're putting that's a prohibition against behaving like a jerk in that way, affirmatively doing something where someone could get hurt. But the other one, you shall not curse a person who is deaf, it's like you don't do something for which you yourself are not willing to suffer the consequence. Because if you curse a deaf person and the person can't hear you, you've basically engaged in a sin in a sense that's in some ways worse. And so for me, this discussion sort of revolves a little bit around somebody not knowing something's happened, as opposed to the blind guy who's tripped over the block.
Good. So as the other group comes in, and come on in, everybody, from the other group, I want you to think a little bit about this question of putting the stumbling block before the blind. The truth is, in our tradition, if you could be removing that stumbling block, you technically are responsible for whatever that sin is. Now, if you care about keeping kosher or not keeping kosher, it's less important, right? But there are other times where you could be stopping someone from making an error, and you own that error if you don't stop. So it's incredibly important, and thank you for such a wonderful discussion. And as this group comes in, I'm going to invite us to rise as we prepare to lift and dress our Torah. I'm going to call Bob David back up to help us dress our Torah as the other group comes in, and then we will return our Torahs to the Ark, and we'll get some background music, I guess, as we do that, maybe. Ayim v'tagel haaretz. Yiramayam, Yiramayam, Yiramayam umelo. Yiramayam, Yiramayam, Yiramayam umelo. So we're going to return the 2 Torahs that we took out from before, but we're going to leave this one out for the moment when we officially, in the liturgy, return our Torah to the Ark. And when everything is done, you can be seated.
Chapel 7. You got it now. Thanks.
All right.
Good.
So having heard, and come on in, everyone. You can be seated. Having heard our different Torah portions read, and we'll just check in with the different rooms and see how things were for you. For those here, we talked about the question of putting a stumbling block before the blind, and we looked at a case study of someone who mixes up the dishes and whether or not you need to tell a friend if you mixed up your friend's dishes. By the way, I forgot to tell you, since it was in a New York Times column, the ethicist said that you must tell. Just heads up. Yes. For those who were in this room, which I think was the downstairs room, what did you guys talk about quickly?
We talked about the connection between the first 3 commandments in Parshat Kedoshim, honoring parents, keeping Shabbat, and keeping your fields, the corner of your fields for the poor.
Amazing. And for those who were downstairs, I guess in the chapel, what did you guys talk about?
Yeah, so in the chapel, we talked about the commandment to love and how we can be commanded to love and what might love mean in this context. We came away with a sense that in this context, there's some action involved. It's not just a sentimental, romantic idea of love.
So we're going to move now into our Haftarah. We're on page 342 for the blessing, and then we're going to move directly into the Haftarah on page 344. And so I want to call Ella Freund up, who's going to do the blessing, and Steve Lee, who each year takes on the momentous and really kind of Herculean task of reading the whole book of Jonah for us, and so with a little bit of Hebrew interspersed in there. So again, the blessing's on page 342. Sorry.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar binvim tovim v'ratza v'divrehem hane'emarim be'emet. Baruch atah Adonai Haboher Batorah Uvmoshe Avdo Uvyisrael Amo Unvinvieh Ha'emet Vatzedek.
Jonah ben Amidah lemor kum lech el Nineveh ha'ir hagadola ukra aleha ki alta ra'atam lefanai. And the word of Adonai came to Jonah, son of Amittai. Get up, go to the great city of Nineveh, and proclaim against it, for their evil deeds have risen up before me. But Jonah got up to flee to Tarshish, away from the presence of Adonai. And he went down to Jaffa and found there a ship heading for Tarshish, and he paid its fare and went down into it to head with them to Tarshish, away from the presence of Adonai. But Adonai hurled a great wind upon the sea, a storm at sea so great that the ship was in danger of being shattered to pieces. And the sailors were frightened, cried out, each to his own god, and flung the ship's cargo into the sea to lighten their load. But Jonah had gone down into the hold, the lower deck of the vessel, and he lay down and fell into a deep sleep. The captain approached him and said to him, "What are you doing, sound asleep? Get up, call to your God. Perhaps the God will be kind to us, and we will not perish." And they said, each man to his companion, "Let us cast lots, that we might know on whose account this evil event has come to us." So they cast lots, and the lot fell on Jonah. And they said to him, "Tell us, you who have brought this evil upon us, what is your trade, and where have you come from? What is your country, and who are your people?" And he said to them, "I am a Hebrew. I revere Adonai, God of heaven, who made sea and dry land." The men felt great fear, and they asked him, "What have you done?" Because the men knew he was fleeing from Adonai, for so he had told them. And they asked him, "What should we do to you to bring calm to the sea around us?" For the sea was growing more and more stormy. So he said to them, "Lift me up and hurl me into the sea, and the sea will calm down for you. For I know that this great storm came upon you because of me." The crew rowed hard to return to the dry land, but they could not do it, for the sea was raging more and more fiercely around them. And they called out to Adonai, saying, "Please, Adonai, please, do not let us perish because of the life of this man, and do not hold us guilty of shedding innocent blood. For you, Adonai, that which you desired, you have brought about." And they lifted Jonah and hurled him into the sea. Then the sea stopped raging. The men revered Adonai. Great was their reverence. So they offered to Adonai a sacrifice and made vows. And Adonai provided a great fish to swallow Jonah. And Jonah was in the belly of the fish 3 days and 3 nights. Jonah prayed to Adonai, his God, from the belly of the fish. And this is what he said: "I called to Adonai in my distress, and God answered me. I cried out from the belly of the netherworld, and you heard my voice. Into the depths you cast me, into the heart of the sea, and the floods engulfed me. All your billowing, breaking waves swept over me. And I thought to myself, I was banished from before your eyes. Will I ever again gaze upon your holy temple? The water closed in over me. The deep engulfed me. Rushes wrapped around my head. I descended to the low point of the mountains. The gates of the earth closed upon me forever. Yet you, Adonai, my God, raised up my life from the pit. When my life fainted away, I called Adonai to mind, and my prayer came to you, to your holy temple. They who cling to empty folly forsake their own welfare, but I, with a shout of thanksgiving, I will sacrifice to you. What I have vowed, I will fulfill. Rescue comes from Adonai." And Adonai commanded the fish, and it spewed Jonah out upon dry land. And the word of Adonai came to Jonah a second time. "Get up, go to the great city of Nineveh, and call out to it the proclamation that I tell you." So Jonah got up and went to Nineveh according to the word of Adonai. Now Nineveh was a great city of God, 3 days' journey across. And Jonah started out and made his way into the city the distance of a 1-day walk. And he called out and said, 40 more days, and Nineveh shall be overturned. The people of Nineveh trusted in God, and they proclaimed a fast, and they put on sackcloth from the richest to the poorest. The word reached the king of Nineveh, and he got up from his throne, took off his robe, put on sackcloth, and sat in ashes. And he cried out and said in Nineveh, "By decree of the king and his nobles, no person or beast, of flock or herd, shall taste anything. They shall not graze, and they shall not drink water. They shall be covered with sackcloth, person and beast, and they shall call loudly to God. Let all turn back from their evil ways and from the violence which is in their hands. Who knows? God may turn and relent, turn back from the heat of anger, so that we do not perish." God saw what they did, how they were turning back from their evil ways, and God relented from the evil plan for them and did not carry it out. But to Jonah, this was a great evil, and it made him angry. So he prayed to Adonai, saying, "Please, Adonai, is this not what I said when I was still in my own country? This is why I fled to Tarshish to begin with. For I knew that you are a gracious and compassionate God, endlessly patient and abounding in steadfast love, ready to repent of evil. And now, Adonai, please, take my life from me, for it is better for me to die than to live. And Adonai said, is it good for you to be so angry? And then Jonah left the city, found a place east of the city, made himself a sukkah, and sat there under it in the shade until he might see what would become of the city. And Adonai Elohim provided a gourd and made it rise up over Jonah to give shade for his head and rescue him from his evil situation. And Jonah rejoiced with a great joy because of the gourd. But at dawn the next day, God provided a worm that attacked the gourd, and it withered. And as the sun rose, God provided an oppressive wind from the east, and the sun beat down on Jonah's head, making him faint. He begged for death, saying, it is better for me to die than to live. And then God said to Jonah, are you good and angry about the gourd? And he said, I am good and angry to the point of death. And then Adonai said, you pitied the gourd, which you neither worked for nor grew, which appeared overnight and perished overnight. Should I then not have compassion for the great city of Nineveh, a place of more than 120,000 human beings, unable to tell their right hand from their left, and many beasts? Va'ani lo achus al Nineveh ha'ir ha'gedolah asher yesh ba harbe mishtim eschwe ribo adam asher lo yada ben yemino l'smu lo uvchema rabba.
Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu Melech HaOlam Tzor Kol HaOlamim Sadik Bechol HaDorot Ha'el HaNe'eman HaOmer Ve'oseh Hamdaber Umkayem Shekol Devarav Emet Vatzedek Al HaTorah Ve'al HaAvodah Ve'al HaNevi'im Ve'al Yom HaKippurim Hazeh Shenatata lanu Adonai Eloheinu limkila velislicha ulchapara lechavod ultifaret al hakol Adonai Eloheinu anachnu modim lach umvarchim otach yitbarach shimcha befi kol chai tamid leolam va'ed udvarcha emet v'chayam lad Baruch Ata Adonai, Melech Mochel v'Soleach la'avotenu, v'lavanot amo Beit Yisrael, uma'avir ashmotenu bechol, shana v'shana, Melech al kol ha'aretz, mekadesh Yisrael v'yom ha'kippurim.
Amen. We're going to turn to page 352. Thank you very much. And we're going to rise together as we prepare to return our Torah to the ark.
Yeah. Etz chaim hi lemakazim kiba vetom cheha meyushar deracheha darchenoam v'chol nivoteha shalom hashivenu Adonai elecha benashuva Kadesh Yameinu kekedem.
We're going to remain standing We're going to turn to page 356, and we're going to move into our silent Amidah this afternoon, praying either the traditional words or the words on the page. We're going to go through from page 360 through page 411. And for those who are joining us online, you can look on your screen for a question that'll be up there should you decide you want further opportunities for reflection. Page 356.
Adonai sefatai tiftach ufi yagid tehilatecha.
Adonai sefatai tiftach ufi yagid tehilatecha. We continue in silence. you're still praying your Amidah prayer, I'll invite you to continue praying to yourself. For everyone else, we're going to rise together. We're on page 416 as we move into the public confessional.
Ashamnu,
Ashamnu,
Bagadnu,
Bagadnu,
Gazanu,
Gazanu,
Debarnu Dofi,
Debarnu Dofi,
Yada dai dai dai, yada dai dai dai, yada dai dai dai, Avinu,
Avinu,
Behirshanu,
Hirshanu,
Zadnu,
Zadnu,
Hamasnu,
Hamasnu,
Tifalnu Tashaker,
Tifalnu Sheker,
Yada dai dai dai, yada dai dai dai, yada dai dai dai, Yatsura,
Yatsnura,
Gizavnu,
Gizavnu,
Latsnu,
Latsnu,
Maradnu,
Maradnu,
Niatsnu,
Niatsu,
Sararnu,
Sararnu,
Avinu,
Avinu,
Pashanu,
Pashanu,
Sararnu,
Sararnu,
Kishinu Oref,
Kishinu Orev,
Yada dai dai dai, yada dai dai dai, yada dai dai dai, Rashanu,
Rashanu,
Shikatnu,
Shichatnu,
Tiavnu,
Tiavnu,
Tainu,
Tainu,
Titanu,
Titanu. So as is kind of the feel of our afternoon, we're going to take more time for private reflection. We're on page 418. You can either pray these words, Al Chet Shechatanu, the next section of our public confessional, to yourself, or even mumbling a little. I'll be under my breath, that way you can hear it. And on page 422, if you don't want to pray these traditional words, we have these poems and meditations about other failures in your life that you can choose to reflect on. As then we come back together for Ve'al Kulam at the end. standing as we open our ark and we turn to page 428 for Avinu Malkeinu.
Avinu Malkeinu, chatanu lefanecha.
Avinu Malkeinu, almighty and merciful, we have strayed and sinned before you.
Avinu Malkeinu, ein lanu melech ela ata.
Avinu Malkeinu, you alone are our sovereign.
Avinu Malkeinu, aseimanu leman shemecha.
Avinu Malkeinu, act toward us as befits your name.
Avinu Malkeinu, chadesh aleinu shana tova.
Avinu Malkeinu, renew for us a year of goodness.
Avinu Malkeinu, zechor ki afar anachnu.
Avinu Malkeinu, remember we are but dust of the earth.
Avinu Malkeinu, tehei השעה הזאת, שעת רחמים ועת רצון מלפניך.
Avinu Malkeinu, let this hour in your presence be a time of compassion and acceptance.
Avinu Malkeinu, chamor aleinu ve'alul aleinu v'tapeinu.
Avinu Malkeinu, have compassion on us and on our families.
Avinu Malkeinu, אז למען תוכים על ייחודך.
Avinu Malkeinu, act for the sake of those slain for their devotion to you.
אבינו מלכנו עשה למען חרוגים על שם קודשך.
Avinu Malkeinu, act for the sake of those killed because they were Jews.
אבינו מלכנו עשה למען בי ואיש ובמים על קידוש שמך.
Avinu Malkeinu, act for the sake of those who suffered fire and water to sanctify your name.
אבינו מלכנו חננו ועננו כן בנו מעשים עשה עמנו צדקה וחסד והושיענו.
Avinu Malkeinu, almighty and merciful, answer us with grace, for our deeds are wanting. Save us through acts of justice and love.
Avinu Malkeinu, Chaneinu Vaneinu. Avinu Malkeinu, Chaneinu Vaneinu, Ki ein banu maasim.
We remain standing. We're on page 432 for our final of what is called the Great Alenus. This is an Alenu that not only ends a service, but in this particular case allows us to go, if you want, fully prostrate on the ground, just as the high priest would have done in the Holy of Holies on Yom Kippur, a ritual which we'll hear more about in just a moment. So again, page 432.
Alenu, לדון הכל, לתת לנו יוצר ראשית, שלא עשנו כגויי הארצות, ולא שמענו כמשפחות האדמה, שלא שם חלקנו כהם וגורלנו ככל המונה, ואנחנו
And so, Adonai, our God, we look to you, hoping soon to behold the splendor of your power revealed, a world free of idolatry and false gods, a world growing more perfect through divine governance, a world in which all human beings make known your name, while those who do evil turn toward you instead. Emar v'haya Adonai lemelech al kol haaretz hayom hahu yeh Adonai echad u'shemo echad. Please be seated. So we've reached the point in our service which is called our Avodah service. And this is a service traditionally that one recounts the sacrifices that would have been made in the temple 2,000 years ago, almost as a way for our ancestors to be able to live out the sacrifices without actually having to do them, partly because the temple is not standing anymore. So we've tried a lot of different things over these years. This is my 5th High Holy Days with you. And I feel like Rabbi Jake Schramm, actually, in Keeping the Faith, if you've ever seen it, when he's talking about how, I've tried to get you for Adon Olam. I took out the bongos. That was a step backwards. And that's when the Harlem Tabernacle Choir comes in, if you've seen the movie. So this is our Harlem Tabernacle moment today. Or at least each year we try. We've tried to tell these sacrifices in verse. We've tried to tell these sacrifices by inviting people up to talk about what service or sacrifice means to them. But today I'm especially excited about the way that we're going to tell this. Rather than just read it cold or read any of the readings in the service, I'm going to tell a little bit of background and remind you about each. And then I have 5 different psychotherapists in the congregation who are going to inhabit a different character to try to understand what's going on in their minds when they are doing each of the different tasks. And so we're going to inhabit the world of the attendant, the world of the high priest. We're going to inhabit the attendant who actually takes a goat and throws him off a cliff. And another one is going to look at what is going on in the minds of the people. And finally, an often neglected character, one of our therapists in our congregation is going to look at what the priest's wife is thinking and feeling throughout all of this. And so I want to begin to set the scene. It's 2,000 years ago. And one thing to know about the ancient world is that this day matters, in part because unlike our prayer today, we can't just pray and expect everything to be okay. You had to do a ritual in order for God to listen to you. Now, it was actually really wonderful to do that ritual because unlike our prayer that we just throw up into the ether, expecting God to be able to hear us, these rituals that the priests would do would give them definitive answers. The questions they were asking were really simple. Can I be forgiven? Do you understand I'm happy? Do you accept this sacrifice of this particular holiday? And depending on the animal that you sacrificed and the way that you sacrificed that animal, that would be the way to say, oops, I'm sorry, or the way to say thank you, or the way to say, I don't know, happy Passover. And so as long as that animal caught on fire, as long as it turned a little bit to smoke, it meant God had heeded your call. Now this matters all the more so when you actually are doing the hard work of forgiveness. In a world that believes in reward and punishment, right? That people get what they deserve, the ability for God to grant you atonement matters all the more so. Which means that when the high priest walks into the Holy of Holies, everybody is waiting with bated breath. So what does it look like? Well, the 7 days leading up before the high priest goes in there was a momentous occasion. The high priest goes and secludes himself in what's called the chamber of Parhidin. And they actually designate a priest in his stead in case something happens to him, an understudy, because this ritual is so important. They even designate a new wife for him in case she were to die, since it is required that the priest pray for his household. And in praying for his household, it means he needs to be married. Now, for 7 days, they drill him on everything he's going to need to do for the sacrifices. The kind of animals he's going to do, the way he's going to sprinkle the blood, the way he's going to sprinkle the incense. They even take dummy animals and they parade them before him. And he practices picking out which animals he's going to need for what and sprinkling pretend blood on those animals as a way to prepare himself because he only gets one shot. He runs drills standing at the gate with the animals passing by and being forced to say, that's an animal for the sin sacrifice, and that's an animal for Thanksgiving. Now, on the day before Yom Kippur, after these 6 days, they withhold food from him, since they have to know that they are going to keep him up all night to get ready. His attendant actually gets this ready. If he's got a full belly, he might fall asleep. So uncomfortable a little bit, they make sure he's going to do everything possible to stay awake. And this attendant will stand by him, and the minute he starts to nod, the Talmud tells us very clearly, the attendant snaps his fingers to get him back. And they even make him sometimes, if he's really tired, lie on a cold floor to stay up that night before. Now finally, the day arrives, and they make him swear an oath that he won't change or alter anything from the sacrifices or take any shortcuts. Then they all go their separate ways. And the Talmud is very clear about this. Both the priest and the attendants who are quizzing him cry that this oath is even necessary. Now, to prepare for the ritual when the big day arrives, the priest bathes 5 times, saying 10 prayers in the process. And everybody is watching. All of Jerusalem is waiting with bated breath. The problem is they can't watch him take a bath. So his attendants spread a giant sheet up, which allows him to get into the water so people can see him just up to his neck in the water without actually getting a glimpse of any parts that the priest doesn't want them to see, allowing him to be modest. The people want to see as much as possible. They're drinking in the experience, and they're on edge because they have not control. The priest is the one who does. Now, there are 2 different kinds of sacrifices of animals that happen. There's bulls and there's goats. And although in the ritual the bulls and the goats are separate a little bit, in my telling I'm going to separate them out. They're interspersed a little bit. In my telling I'm going to separate them out so that you can really understand the difference between these. The priest sacrifices 3 bulls. 1 for himself, 1 for his household, and 1 for the people as a whole. And the idea is that if he doesn't have himself in order, how could he possibly represent his house? And if his house is in order, how could he possibly represent the people as a whole? And so going through each of these steps, he begins to bring atonement to each of the different levels. And to do this, he goes into the Holy of Holies. Everyone is scared he will die because he is coming so close to God. We know, by the way, in the Torah, what happens to us if we come close to God. That's the reason Moses isn't allowed to see God's face. Or, if you've seen Raiders of the Lost Ark, the reason all the Nazis melt at the end. And so he wears bells so that people know that he is alive. And they tie a rope around his waist so that if the bells stop ringing, the attendant can pull him out if he faints or he dies in the Holy of Holies, so he doesn't have to come in himself. Knowing all that's at stake, both with the high priests and with the attendant, we're going to hear from each now, understanding what is going on in the psyche. And so I want to call up, I know that she is not here today, so I'm actually going to call up her sub. Amy Winkleman will be reading for Julie Blackman as Julie understands and unpacks what's going on in the mind of the attendant, the one who has been helping the priest along the way.
One and one. The high priest could not do it alone. There could be no chaos, none at all. For the 7 days before Yom Kippur, I helped him, I coached him, I ensured that our high priest would not misstep. Even small errors in the order of tasks to be performed could have serious consequences. So careful were we, even the way we counted was prescribed. When the high priest sprinkled blood from the sacrifice of a bull, when he stood in the Holy of Holies, he was to sprinkle the blood 1 time upward and 7 times downward in a single column, one drop below the other. Count like this, I whispered into the linen drape that separated us. 1, 1 and 1, 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 1 and 4, 1 and 5, 1 and 6, 1 and 7. And there was more. For the 7 days before Yom Kippur, the high priest was in the Parhedron chamber. He was alone, hidden behind the linen drape, kept from the family and the community for whom he would seek atonement, if he were sufficiently pure. On the last day of the 7, I kept him awake, lest in his sleep some impurity might occur. I snapped my fingers, and through the linen I spoke, "Do not sleep or even rest. Put your feet on the cold floor. Do this here by me." Then I reached below the linen, reached up to half his height, and tied a rope around his waist, a monitor for the high priest, to be sure he remained awake, to be sure he remained alive. Stillness was an unlikely alarm. The absence of sound or motion, a clarion call. I could not let my attention waver. So important was the role of the high priest that were he to pass on before Yom Kippur came and went, the opportunity for the whole community to seek atonement, to experience forgiveness, would be lost. A small tug on the rope when things with him became too still. I did that. I made sure. The high priest himself swore to do what he was commanded to do. I administered that oath, and he promised that he would not change even one matter from all that the elders required. The steps were precise. Not one could be missed. Not one could be modified. We cried that this oath was necessary, but I understood that it was. Such precision as was required is not lightly attained. All my life I have loved numbers. Count the bulls, count the goats, count the drops of blood, count the number of ritual washings that assure true cleanliness. There is a majesty and a magic in numbers. Ancient peoples understood this. Allow me some magic as I travel through time and space to shed light on what I felt in my bones as I helped the high priest to stand vigil. Fibonacci numbers, that sequence in which each number is the sum of the two preceding ones, 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, 144, and so on. As early as 200 BCE, Indian mathematician Pingala enumerated such patterns in Sanskrit poetry. Much later, in 1202, the Italian mathematician Leonardo of Pisa, later known as Fibonacci, introduced this sequence to Western Europe. Remarkably, Fibonacci patterns occur in nature, in the branching of trees, the arrangement of leaves on a stem, the flowering of an artichoke. When I, the attendant, whispered, and the high priest intoned the counting, a trance-like state that was also precisely crafted enabled the high priest to release the sins of the community. There is divinity in such precision. I have always thought so, and it has been my honor to ensure that no impediment, no missteps block our path to God or the road to our redemption. And this way, in this way, our community of one and one and one and one and two and so on may be written in the book of life, and I have helped.
Thank you. And so to get into the mind of the priest, I want to call up Elisa Michelson.
Okay, so for a little context, I'd like to invite you all into my office as we examine the high priest. I invite you to join me in my office where the high priest has just entered. We're not completely surprised. We understand that his lofty social standing belies an enormous emotional burden. On all days, and on none more than Yom Kippur, The high priest is tasked with transferring the shame and guilt of his people into a series of rituals that make those unbearable feelings concrete and therefore disposable. As ordinary people cry out to him, longing for their sins to be expunged, he becomes the physical embodiment of emotional freedom, a vehicle for them to eliminate their pain. Yet he himself does not always feel this liberation. It's a lot to hold. He's eager to speak about it. Before he's settled, he first describes how he's doing just fine, that he's been bestowed with the greatest honor possible for any man, that he is the most deeply connected anyone could possibly be to God, that he is both admired and sometimes he's envied. He knows that he has been chosen as his generation's connection to a Jewish history and to the possibility of a viable future. Yet, as he digs deeper, he might also explain that witnessing generations of his people's trauma has taken an emotional toll. He sees fear and hypervigilance in the eyes of his community, which stem both from their daily struggles to find food and drink and from years of persecution and reluctant rebuilding. The responsibility can feel crushing. As he listens to their terrors and their desperation, he knows that he alone is their hope for atonement and for their spiritual survival. This is the stuff anxiety is made of. He tells us that he needs to emotionally distance himself as he prepares for the highly orchestrated ceremonies of Yom Kippur. He sadly acknowledges that he cannot heal everyone of their yearly burdens. He tries to detach from his feelings as he walks through crowds of thousands, witnessing the despair of those he cannot reach to complete their atonement rituals. He tries to acknowledge but not absorb their pain. In moments like these, he longs for the mundane and comforting daily rituals with his family. But his essential role in these ceremonies does not allow for that. In the days leading up to Yom Kippur, the high priest admits that the sense of control he experiences throughout the rest of the year shifts to something different now. He feels more and more like a soldier. As he is separated from the ordinary routines of his household, he must carry out his duties unquestioningly. He must appear rehearsed and dispassionate. Despite his unflappable exterior, he must be constantly reminded of his replaceability, of his smallness. He knows of the woman designated to be his replacement wife. He has heard of the man selected to be the backup priest, ready to take his place at a moment's notice. While in the inner sanctum of the temple, with the eyes of the younger priests on him and his whole community's hopes pinned to his every move, he can barely confess that he feels like the sacrificial animal. These rituals of Yom Kippur, these hours of nighttime solitude, and the near constant reminders of his own mortality leave him feeling utterly alone and childlike. The high priest admits that he's relieved to channel these existential thoughts and nerves into something controllable. He's required to engage in highly ritualized behaviors like a choreographed dance, and it feels so comforting. Ritual bathing makes him feel emotionally pure. The sacrificing of bulls and goats, witnessed by others, releases him from the year-long buildup of community shame. In this way, he says, he copes. The group's shared expression of purification alleviates everyone's fear and tension. As his head drops with the relief and vulnerability of having shared all of this, we tell him not to judge himself. We tell him that he's doing his best and that he must keep sharing these feelings as he carries the emotion of a community whose safety and survival feels largely out of their control. We might remind him that in such times, the antidote to existential fear and purposelessness is the conscious creation of meaning, and that this looks different for everyone. For some, meaning is forged through deep connections with others or with their God. For others, it's created through narrative, an understanding of one's story and one's tiny yet profound place in a vast Jewish history. We encourage our high priest to come back And we tell him we will help him make sense of these complex feelings. We know that by helping him reflect on and acknowledge his vulnerabilities, paradoxically, it will encourage him to feel more in control. After all, some things are unchangeable and must be accepted, including the very human experience of understanding our limitations and mortality. Other dilemmas, though, might be described as problems to be solved and can be changed. For example, the also very human ability to recognize guilt for hurting someone, transforming it into apologies and then repentance and then eventually reparations. For our high priest and for ourselves, we can simultaneously acknowledge limitations and also actively create more meaning. This will give us a sense of greater control over our destiny. On Yom Kippur and on all days of the year, this helps our high priest recommit himself to guiding the community who depends on him for repentance. We hope to see our high priest again in my office next week.
Thank you. So we've just unpacked the bull ritual. Now we're going to move into our goat ritual. What the high priest does is he sets 2 goats out and he draws lots to decide which goat will be sacrificed immediately and which goat will participate in a strange ritual called the Azazel ritual. The one who is sacrificed right away, the priest places his hands on the goat's head and transfers all the people's sins onto the goat. And for the other, he does the same, but he sends that goat off into the wilderness with a priest who will go to a large cliff and throw that goat off the cliff. Now, as the priest leads that goat out, the people are outside clamoring. They're grabbing for the goat, hoping to throw onto the goat any last one of their sins. And the attendant, as he's taking them, stops at booths along the way as the people offer him food or drink. They just want to be as helpful as possible as he's traveling. And finally, he gets to the cliff, pushing the goat off, but not before he ties a crimson yarn onto the goat's head. And this yarn is smaller, but the same as one in the temple. Now, people stand on platforms waving scarfs so that people in the temple will know that this goat has perished. But they all turn, every one with bated breath, to the crimson yarn that is in the temple, hoping that that yarn on the goat has changed colors in the same way that the yarn in the temple will. The crimson yarn, the red yarn, if they did things right, will turn white. And so our next 2 speakers, Peter Delabella as our first, is going to inhabit that attendant who leads that goat on the journey and throws him off the cliff.
Hello. So the goat bringer, the person charged, the priest, who has to bring the goat the last mile, the last yard, carries the weight of his people's misdeeds and sins on his shoulder. It's on his shoulders, and it's all up to him. For over 35 years, researchers at NYU have studied the biologic basis of a person's temperament. They found that most people generally fall into one of 3 categories of temperament. Not everybody, but most people. First, we have the easy temperament, characterized by someone who's consistently sunny, cheerful, adaptable, easy to engage, a joy to be with, regular in their daily rhythms, a mensch. We think of Tom Hanks, maybe Oprah. The second temperament is the difficult or feisty temperament. Difficult temperament people are often disagreeable, often have an unpleasant mood. They're curmudgeons. They can be steadfast, stalwart, but they can also be intransigent. Not very adaptable, fussy, always questioning everything. Kind of a challenge. Complain loudly and seem to turn everything into a problem. It's never a simple thing when you're working with a difficult temperament person. Who's the classic difficult temperament? Winston Churchill. And then there's finally the slow to warm up temperament, about 1 in 6 people. These are people who are shy, hesitant, thoughtful, reflective. They stand back. They observe. They sense. They feel. They're not the first one to jump in the pool or raise their hand, but they eventually do once they get comfortable. That's why they're slow to warm up. We think of these people as shy, often anxious. They take their time. They stand at the edge and observe before finally feeling comfortable enough to engage. So when Rabbi Mark asked, well, what would the goat bringer be thinking? The first thing in my mind is, what? It depends. What is the temperament of this person? It depends. So the easy temperament goat bringer might be thinking, what a great day. I'm so happy to be a part of this. This is fantastic. I am on this. I've got this. If something goes wrong with the goat, I can figure it out. This goat, my people's bad deeds, I can handle it. They pick me to be the goat bringer for a reason. Well, what about the difficult temperament goat bringer? Well, so many people, so many misdeeds. What is wrong with these people? They need me. Typical. Can't they atone for themselves? Year after year after year. Why do they bother me and require so much of me? The weather's lousy. The rope maker did a lousy job. This goat will probably break free, and who's going to get the blame? Me. And why a stubborn goat? Why not a rabbit? Rabbits are easy. Why do I have to walk all day? Who came up with this whole idea? If I didn't need a pension, I'd give up on this lousy job. But they'd probably give it to someone incompetent. That's a difficult temperament person. What about the slow to warm up goat bringer? What might he be thinking? Oi, don't they know that I don't know what I'm doing? I'm an imposter. All these people looking at me, counting on me. How did I get selected for this? And all this is riding on me, the forgiveness of all of my people. I'm so nervous. Don't blow it. Don't blow it. Your mom will be so ashamed of you. Maybe I can back out. Maybe I can fake like I'm sick or something. I don't even like goats. That poor goat, what did he do? This seems so unfair. I don't like killing things. What if that goat won't go over the cliff? That rope doesn't look very strong. What if the rope breaks? Maybe I can just say I sent it over the cliff and give it to some poor shepherd. Oh, just one step at a time. Breathe, breathe. So what's my take? I think it depends. I throw my lot in with a mix. The easy to temperament person and the slow to warm. Why? Well, first of all, the goat bringer is a priest himself. And he wouldn't have made it this far if there wasn't competence, reliability, accountability, wisdom, learnedness, someone who really appreciates the magnitude of going the last yard with the goat. I think a mix of reliable and easy temperament, maybe a little slow to warm up, because I would imagine this person would be cautious, exacting, someone you can count on to take everything to the end. Maybe ultimately aiming to be the high priest for himself.
Thank you. And so the people play a big role in this ritual, and for a reflection on the people, I want to call up Rick Schwartz.
It's been an intense week at the drop-in center. Clients are coming in with anxiety levels not seen since last Yom Kippur. Everyday concerns are amplified to sometimes unbearable levels by the upcoming days of awe. Insomnia, obsessive rumination, inability to focus on important tasks are common complaints this week. The universal concern voiced by our clients is that some aspect of the complicated rituals could go wrong, exposing our community to harm. A case example may help illustrate what we've been hearing from the people. This client is a male goat herder, age 20. He's a devout follower of the faith. His primary complaint is insomnia and obsessional worry, which started several weeks ago following a disturbing dream in which he broke several of the commandments. The focus of his worries, which is shared by many of our clients, is that the scapegoat will somehow not make it off to the cliff and that sins it carries will not perish. He believes that the entire community may suffer because of his sinful dream. Our treatment approach with this client is similar to what we have been addressing obsessional Yom Kippur worries with many of our clients. We engaged him in a program of active atonement by engaging more fully in the religious ritual. In his case, we encouraged him to get as close as possible to the scapegoat in order to transfer his sins to it. Being a goat herder, he had some inside information on the scapegoat's route to the cliff, and he was able to actually lay hands on the scapegoat, assuring himself that he was purified. He experienced immediate relief from his symptoms. But he voiced concern that his symptoms would return next Yom Kippur. We created a treatment plan in which he would work towards becoming the goat herder's attendant. Similar to what happened with this client, in general, we have been finding that the people's feelings of terror and powerlessness in the face of the unknown can often be successfully combated by them becoming more invested and actively involved in the community and its rituals.
Yeshikach. Thank you. So as we move toward the conclusion of that ceremony, the priest, now having gained atonement for the people, sacrificing 3 bulls, 1 goat, and watching another who's thrown off the cliff and sent to Azazel, the priest goes and takes a ritual bath immediately again. He takes off his priestly garments and he gets dressed in regular clothes. And then he goes back home. And he finally has dinner with his family after a week of not being together. Happy, they celebrate that he has emerged in peace. Yes, the people have a lot to lose, but they potentially have so much more. And so to wrap up today, I want to call Stephanie Roth Goldberg to reflect on the priest's wife.
Today, the holiest day of the year, when all of the people are going out to seek atonement, the wife of the priest must stay home. She must protect her family and herself. If something goes wrong, the priest may not be able to accomplish the sacrifice of the animals. While all eyes are on the priest, she's behind the scenes working hard to keep things in order. The priest has been gone for 7 days, preparing for the sacrifice. In this time, there is no communication, and his wife prays that he is okay. She awaits news each night. When it doesn't come, she is able to fall into a restless slumber, praying her husband is okay, for all the people, but also for herself and her children. She must keep a very careful watch on herself. If something happens to her, the priest has a new wife waiting for him, as he must be married in order to complete the sacrifice. She must not show her concern, because the priest needs to complete the sacrifice for all the people, his family bystanders, not a central part of the story. On Yom Kippur, the holiest of holy days, the wife of the priest asks for forgiveness. However, while seeking forgiveness of her sins, she is also wondering if it is sin to pray to stay alive. Yes, she wants to remain alive for the priest to complete his mission. However, she also wants to stay alive for her family, because she is aware she will be immediately replaced. For the last 7 days, when the priest was preparing, she has been very careful. She has also decided not to leave the house out of fear that something may happen to her. Everyone is watching the priest to ensure nothing happens. Everyone is putting their faith in the priest and praying he is okay. However, for all the other weeks of the year, the priest's wife is responsible for his safety and keeping herself and her family alive. She cooks and cleans and tends to the home. It is a thankless job, as all eyes are on the priest. She is dismissed as replaceable. Her greatest sin of all may be the desire to keep herself alive, because her role in this life is to keep her husband alive. When it is time for atonement, her anxiety heightens, perpetuating the sin she is seeking atonement for, the desire to live and be seen.
And seen. So thank you to all of those who helped to really bring meaning to this ritual, to Julie, to Rick, to Peter, to Stephanie, to Elisa, and to Amy for reading for Julie. We're going to transition now. We have 2 more services left in our Yom Kippur day, a very short one now, and then our Neila service, and we're going to move into our Martyrology service. We're on page 517, and I'd like to call up our student rabbi, James Fader and Ronnie Pressman, as well as 3 readers, James Vest, Leanne Bass, and Jody Paroff.
Hi. Ela Ezkara. These I remember. This service grew out of a medieval poem, a lament, a tribute to the martyrdom of 10 sages who died at the hands of the Romans. They died rather than turn against their faith, against their God. They died as a Kaddish Hashem, as a sanctification of God's name. And according to rabbinic tradition, a death like that atones. That's why it's a part of the Yom Kippur liturgy. But that idea, that concept, it doesn't sit quite right with us today. It was a solace to the Jews of medieval Europe, crushed down by wave after wave of violence, of pogroms and crusades. What our Reformed tradition has done in this machzor is really quite beautiful. Rather than dwell on the death, there's a focus on life, on the work so many of our people have done to make the world a better place. People so dedicated to the cause that they put their lives on the line. People who lost their lives in pursuit of peace, in pursuit of progress. We begin at the top of page 517.
Al Ele ani bochia Eini yordamayim kirachek mimeni menachem meshiv nafshi.
For these I weep, my eyes flow like streams of water, for a comforting presence is far from me, the one who restores my soul.
These I remember, the ones whose lives were shaped by a mitzvah. You must not remain indifferent. The ones who lost their lives through devotion to a mitzvah. Justice, justice you shall pursue. The ones who embodied through deed and dedication a mitzvah. Choose life.
And these I remember, the ones who mended the broken, brought healing to the wounded, fought back despair with the solace of faith. The ones who breathed life into a prayer, the Tekain Olam b'malchut Shaddai, to establish in the world the sovereignty of high and noble purpose.
I remember these, artists of the soul, architects of redemption, the activists and advocates of justice and beauty, exemplars of Tikkun Olam, repairing the world.
On this holy day, we remember 10 sages, known as the 10 martyrs, were executed by Rome in the uprisings of the 1st and 2nd centuries of the Common Era in the land of Israel. Though many other Jews lost their lives as well, the courage of these 10 has been recalled for centuries in a Yom Kippur poem of lament, Ele Esra, These I Remember, which reflected the experience of Jewish communities devastated by the Crusades, which began in 1096.
And these are their names: Rabbi Yishmael the high priest, Rabban Shimon ben Gamliel, prince of Israel, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Hananiah ben Teradion, Rabbi Chutzpit, Rabbi Elazar ben Shmuah, Rabbi Hanina ben Chachanai, Rabbi Yesheva the scribe, Rabbi Yehuda ben Dama, Rabbi Yehuda Bava.
Rabbi Akiva was one of the 10, a man of piety and humility, spiritual leader of the Jewish community in the land of Israel, supporter of the Bar Kokhba revolt against Rome that began in 132 CE, who openly defied the Roman decree against assembling in synagogues and teaching Torah. Of Akiva ben Yosef, we are told, when the time came to say the morning Shema, the Roman executioners were combing Akiva's flesh with iron. And he said, "Hear, O Israel, Adonai is our God, Adonai is one." Akiva's students asked him, "Rabbi, even now?" And he said, "All my life I have been troubled that I could not obey this verse. Love Adonai with all your soul," which is to say, love God even when God takes your soul. And I have wondered, when will I be able to fulfill this mitzvah? Now that the moment has come, how can I not obey? Akiva stretched out the affirmation of divine unity, the word echad, until the departure of his soul, and he died with echad upon his lips. Rabbi Akiva would teach, Chaviv Adam Shenivra B'Tselem, human beings were made in God's image as an act of love.
And these 10 we remember: Shmuel Zeigelbaum, James Chaney, Andrew Goodman, Michael Schwerner, Eddie Hilsum, Yosef Romano, Hannah Sanesh, Daniel Pearl, Rabbi Regina Jonas, Yitzchak Rabin, men and women of the modern era who embodied the essence of Tikkun Olam, offering hands and hearts to a world in need of repair. Their rich lives and their tragic deaths remind us that every human life has the power to shape history. The prayers of Yom Kippur set us on the path to becoming better human beings. Today, let us learn from the lives of those who walked that path before us.
I invite you now to take a few minutes to flip through these next pages and choose one of these more modern figures memorialized here. Get to know their story, and then we'll come back together in a few minutes.
On November 4th, 1995, at a peace rally in Tel Aviv, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated by a radical Jewish opponent of his plan for peace. A blood-stained photocopy of the song Shir LaShalom, a song for peace, was found in his pocket. Please join me on page 531. Tnu LaShemesh la'alot laboker leha'ir hazaka shebatfilot otanu lo tachazir al tagidu yom yavo haviu et hayom Ki lo chalom hu uvechol hakikarot hariu rak shalom lachen rak shiru shir l'shalom al tircha shutfilat mutav tashiru shir l'shalom b'tzita kagedol.
Eila Ezkara. On Yom Kippur, the voice of sacred history calls to us. These you shall remember, their lives, their deaths, their legacy. Their legacy is in your hands.
We've now reached our Neila service. We moved into that final section of the day, a section where we get that second wind, that renewed energy. We've really taken a journey over the course of these past 24 hours. And now we move into that final section. We're on page 612 as we prepare for that moment. The long day is over and the gates are closing. Slowly, day fades into dusk. Soon the earth will darken, our bodies weak and weary, our inner strength undiminished. This day has been a gift, uncluttered time, free from hurrying and routine, appointments or assignments, a time to face our sins and imperfections, our dreams and yearnings for the life we want to live, a time to leave the clamor of the world and attend to the voice within. Long ago, the temple gates were locked at dusk. So too at this hour, the gates of Yom Kippur begin to close. Have we done all that is needed to be done, said everything that needs to be said? The gates of God's companion never close, but the gates of God's compassion never close, but soon enough our lives close in on us. Now in the silence of the soul, now before the holy day comes to an end, release the unshed tears, the deepest prayers locked in our heart. Page 614, El Norah Alila. El Norah Alila, Amselanu Vechila, Beata Neila, El Norah Alila, El Norah Alila. Let's hear you. El Norah Alila, El Norah Alila, Hamselanu Vechila, Beata Neila, El Norah Alila, El Norah Alila. El Norah Alila, El Norah Alila, Hamselanu Vechila, Beata Neila, El Norah Alila, El Norah Alila. El Norah Alila, El Norah Alila, Hamselanu Vechila, Beata Neila, El Nora Alila, El Nora Alila. Raise your voices. El Nora Alila, El Nora Alila. Hamselanu Hila, Hila Neila. El Nora Alila, El Nora Alila. El Nora Alila, El Nora Alila. Hamselanu Hila, Hila Neila. El Nora Alila, El Nora Alila. El Nora Alila, El Nora Alila. Hamselanu Hila, Hila Neila. El Nora Alila, El Nora Alila.
תזכו לשנים רבות, הבנים והבנות, בצדקה ובצולה, בישת הנילה.
El Nora Alila, El Nora Alila. Hamselanu Hila, Hila Neila. El Nora Alila, El Nora Alila.
One more time.
El Nora Alila, El Nora Alila. Hamselanu Hila, Hila Neila. El Nora Alila, El Nora Alila. Well, if you're not already rised, why not? But also, we'll turn to page 620 for the Chatzi Kaddish.
יתגדל ויתקדש מרבה.
Amen.
Nice long amen.
בעלמא דברה חירותי וימליך מלכותי בחייכון וביומכון ובחיי דכל בית ישראל בעגלה ובזמן קריב וימרו אמן יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם ולעולמי עולמיה יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר מה ותעשה ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה בריחו לעילה ולעילה מכל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה דמירן מעולמה וימרו amen.
Just this button.
We continue. Am I on? All right, now I'm on. We continue with the tefillah, page 622, standing now for the rest of Neila as the gates are open, and we're hoping that they close peacefully, quietly, well on the next year to come, and that we come back again next year to sing in joy El Nora Alila. I've never seen that before. That melody I know very well, and that ruach is unbelievable. So hopefully we all stand here again as the gates are closing to sing it again next year. And we take a deep breath as we come into the last moments, the last times that we'll say the public confession. Today we've said it so many times, and we'll bring that into us so that we can close the gates, open up our hearts, and step into this new year sealed for a good year together.
Adonai sefatai tiftach ufi agid teilatecha.
Adonai sefatai tiftach ufi agid tehilatecha.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu ve'Elohei avoteinu v'imotenu הגיבור והנורא, עליון, גומל חסדים טובים, וקונה הכל, וזוכר חסדי אבות ואימהות, ומביא גאולה לבני בניהם, למען שמו באהבה. זוכרנו לחיים, מלך חפץ בחיים, והוא טמנו את ספר החיים, למענך אלוהים חיים. מלך עוזר ומושיע ומגן, ברוך אתה אדוני, מגן אברהם ועזרת שרה. אתה גיבור לעולם אדוני, מחיי הכל אתה, רב להושיע ומוריד הטל. מחכה לחיים וחסד, מחיי בחוק ברחמים רבים, סומך נופלים ורופא חולים, ומתיר אסורים, ומקיים אמונתו לשני עפר. מחמוך בעל גבורות, ומי דומה לך, מלך ממית ומחיה ומצמיח ישוע. מחמוך אל הרחמים, זוכר יצורה לחיים ברחמים, ונאמן אתה להחיות מתים, ברוך אתה מחיי מתים.
שמענה שלחנה היום, עבור כי פנayom ונהלך נורא ואיום kadosh. Hear us this day, forgive us, we pray, for the day begins to fade. Your holiness awakens deepest awe. Your praise shall be our song. Uvachein ulecha ta'ale kedusha, our sovereign God of pardon and forgiveness, let these words of sanctity ascend to you.
פית כולנו שערי צדק, נבוא בם נודע, דלתך דפקנו חיים וחנון, נעל תשיבנו ריקה מלפניך.
Page 630. וחותמנו בספר החיים, לברכה ולקדושה, כי אתה קדוש ושמך קדוש, ושעריך בקדושה ניכנס. Let's read this together in English. Seal us for holiness and blessing in the book of life, for you are holy and your name is holy, and we yearn to enter your gates in holiness. I think we're on page 632. Yes. Sorry, I thought you were going right into it. It says my cue says you're doing that.
Just read the English.
I'll read the English. My bad. Q says MG. Gates of heaven, gates of wisdom's palace, open them now to the people who seek life's meaning in Torah. Gates of mystery, gates of hidden truth, open them now to those who hold fast and refuse to give it up. Gates of splendor, gates of beauty, open them now to your faithful congregation. Gates of your presence, a vision of glory, open them now to the red-eyed and weary from fasting and prayer. Gates of purity, gates of radiance, open them now to the people who glow with inner light. gates of sovereignty, gates of strength. Open them now to the people you have never abandoned.
Page 634. אתה קדוש ושמך קדוש וקדשים בכל יום יעללוך סלע ברוך אתה אדוני המלך הקדוש.
You may be seated. We continue silently through page 639.
We're on page 640.
היום יפנה השמש יבוא ויפנה
Middle of that page. Open a gate for us when the gates are being closed, for the day is about to fade. The day shall end, the sun shall set. Let us enter your gates together. Holy One, we pray. Please be patient. Please pardon and forgive. Please show compassion. Please lead us to atonement. And help us, please help us to conquer injustice and triumph over sin. We're on the next page. God Most High, your promise is forever, even when prayer is a struggle and you seem far away, the doors open wide for the repentant. Like the stoutness of an oak tree, so is our stubbornness. Like thorns and thistles, so is our malice. And yet you say, return, rebellious children, seek my face with tears and supplication. Together, God Most High, your promise is forever. Impoverished, we knock on your door, seeking kindness, lamenting our lot. Remember us, recall us for a full life. May your ancient love come to us quickly. And you say, come to me with thanksgiving and song. God Most High, your promise is forever. Throughout our High Holy Days, we've heard these words, El Rahum V'Chanun, that God is fully compassionate, that God is slow to anger, that God is patient. And on the High Holy Days, when the priest once heard God pray, God actually prayed that God be more patient, more compassionate, more loving than angry. And so every year when God calls down to the high priest, our Talmud teaches that the priest blesses God with that same blessing. God, may your compassion outrule your anger and your justice. And so we do the same. El Rahum, page 644 and following. Rachum, El Rachum, Vehanun, Erech Chapayim, El Rachum, El Rachum, Vehanun, Erech Alpayim, Erachum, Vechanun, Erech Alpayim.
Take the fruit of our lips, wholesome, true, and sweet. Accept our offerings, our words, as we walk your path honestly and with integrity. Life is what you cherish and desire, not the death of human beings. Have faith in our righteousness. Diminish the voices that speak against us. Raise us up, and let your presence light the way. Let this day's reckoning be done. Help us find atonement. Give us strength to stand upright in the world. Even before we cry out, may your forgiveness go forward. Adonai, please receive these offerings, the sincere offerings of our lips.
Vechanun, Erech Alpayim, Erachum, Vechanun, Erech Alpayim.
So many words, they echo in my head. I'm emptied out, with no more strength to speak. Just my life breath, just my heart, just these broken shards of ancient prayer. They say the shofar's broken cry will reach you, you, rock of my heart, my portion forever.
Alpayim, El Rachum. It's now familiar to you. El Rachum, Vehanun, Erech Alpayim, El Rachum, Vehanun, Erech We're on page 648.
Forgive us, Avinu, for we have strayed. Pardon us, Malkeinu, for succumbing to sin. You are generous in granting forgiveness, all loving to those who reach out to you.
Adonai, God, compassionate, gracious, endlessly patient, loving and true, showing mercy to the 1,000th generation, forgiving evil, defiance, and wrongdoing, granting pardon.
And for the very last time today, we say these words, El Rachum Vechanun. El Rachum Vechanun, Erech Alpayim, El Rachum Vechanun, Erech Alpayim,
May the prayers of those who struggle with prayer reach your presence. May the people who say, "Hear, O Israel," come to know you as the one who hears.
Great giver, Israel's eternal hope, you are rich in forgiveness. Though you dwell on high, your compassion is present here and now.
Shelter us in the shade of your presence. When you look into our hearts, be kind. Set us on the right path. Come to us, O God. Please be my strength. Hear the ache in our voices, the pain in our plea.
Most high and hidden, we yearn to hear, I have forgiven. A broken people hungers for your care and protection. Answer us with righteousness. Inspire us with awe. Adonai, be our help. Give us strength.
We're going to turn to page 650, and we rise together.
Anu Amecha ve'ata Eloheinu Anu Vanecha ve'ata Avinu Anu Avadecha ve'ata Adonenu Anu Kalecha ve'ata Chelkeinu Anu Nachlatecha ve'ata Goralenu Anu Sonecha ve'ata Roenu Anu Chamecha ve'ata Nodrenu Anu Volatecha ve'ata Yotrenu Anu Rayatecha ve'ata Yodenu Anu Segulatecha ve'ata Torah. Last one. Anu Amecha ve'ata Malkeinu Anu Mamirecha ve'ata Mamireinu.
We move into our final confessional of this Yom Kippur, saying any words that remain on our hearts that we want to say to ourselves or aloud. Page 652. We are insolent, but you are compassionate and gracious. We are stubborn and stiff-necked, but you are slow to anger. We persist in doing wrong, but you are the essence of mercy. Our days are like a shadow passing by, but you are existence itself, your years never ending. Together on the bottom of that page, our God and God of all generations, may our prayers reach our presence. And when we turn to you, do not be indifferent. Adonai, we are arrogant and stubborn, claiming to be blameless and free of sin. In truth, we have stumbled and strayed. We have done wrong.
Ashamnu,
Ashamnu,
Bagadnu,
Bagadnu,
Gazalnu,
Gazalnu,
Dibarnu Dofi,
Dibarnu Dofi, Yada-da-da-da-da, Yada-da-da-da-da, Yada-da-da-da-da.
Evinu,
Evinu,
Virshanu,
Vehirshanu,
Zadnu,
Zadnu,
Hamasnu,
Hamasnu,
Tafalnu Sheker,
Tafalnu Sheker, Yana-na-na-na, Yana-na-na-na-na, Yana-na-na-na-na.
Ya'atnura,
Ya'atnura,
Kizavenu,
Kizavenu,
Latnu,
Latnu,
Maradnu,
Maradnu,
Niatnu,
Niatnu,
Sararnu,
Sararnu,
Avinu,
Avinu,
Hashanu,
Pashanu,
Sararnu,
Sararnu,
Kishinu Oref,
Kishinu Orev, Yana-na-na-na, Yana-na-na-na-na, Yana-na-na-na-na.
Rashanu,
Rashanu,
Shichatnu,
Shichatnu,
Tiavnu,
Tiabnu,
Ta'inu,
Ta'inu,
Titanu.
Titanu. Page 655. What can we say to you, eternal our God, God of all generations? In your presence there are no heroes, and great reputations dissolve. The wise appear unlearned, and the discerning look foolish. For all our deeds amount to futility, and the days of our lives emptiness. We human beings are no better than beasts. All is vanity. And yet, page 656, from the beginning you set us apart. We stand before you uplifted by your unique awareness of humanity. Together, with love you have given us this day of atonement to make an end to moral aimlessness through pardon and forgiveness, to make an end of abuse of power, to welcome our wholehearted return to the ways that you desire. Page 659, most Jewish rituals have the idea that we're supposed to go from a feeling of low to a feeling of high. Passover, for example, moves liganai l'shevach, from degradation to exaltation. The symbols at the beginning of the Seder to remind us of our slavery and the end of the Seder, to remind us of our freedom and eventual redemption even to come. And so we end this day moving from the low to the high as we spend a little bit of time on Hakarat HaTov, recognizing the good within, page 659, and we read responsively. We have aspired to reach higher. Together,
we have befriended those in need.
We have created works of beauty.
We have delighted in holy books.
We have embraced our dear ones and held them close.
We have fought for justice.
We have given of ourselves.
We have honored your mitzvot.
We have immersed ourselves in prayer.
We have joined hands to build community.
We have kept our word with integrity.
We have loved faithfully and well.
We have moved toward the light.
We have nourished and supported.
We have opened ourselves to hope.
We have pursued the good.
We have quieted our anger.
We have remembered those who came before.
We have sought meaning in Torah.
We have trusted and been trustworthy.
We have uttered words of beauty.
We have vigorously struggled to do right.
We have wept over our shortcomings.
We have exchanged blame for compassion.
We have yearned to make life better.
We have zestfully rejoiced.
We're going to move now, page 662, Avinu Malkeinu.
Avinu Malkeinu, kabel berachamim uvratzon et tefilateinu.
Together, Avinu Malkeinu, almighty and merciful, welcome our prayer with love, accept and embrace it.
Avinu Malkeinu, aseh leman rachamecha rabim.
Avinu Malkeinu, act for the sake of your boundless compassion.
Avinu Malkeinu, aseh imanu leman shemecha.
Avinu Malkeinu, act toward us as befits your name.
Avinu Malkeinu, chotmenu besefer parnasa v'chakla.
Avinu Malkeinu, seal us in the book of sustenance and livelihood.
Avinu Malkeinu, chotmenu besefer zichuyot.
Avinu Malkeinu, seal us in the book of worthiness and merit.
Avinu Malkeinu, chotmenu besefer slicha umechila.
Avinu Malkeinu, seal us in the book of forgiveness and pardon.
Avinu Malkeinu, chotmenu besefer chayim tovim.
Avinu Malkeinu, seal us in the book of lives well lived.
Avinu Malkeinu, chotmenu besefer geula v'yeshua.
Avinu Malkeinu, seal us in the book of redemption and renewal.
Avinu Malkeinu, malei yadenu mi birchotecha.
Avinu Malkeinu, let our hands overflow with your blessings.
Avinu Malkeinu, betach sharei shamayim litfilateinu.
Avinu Malkeinu, let the gates of heaven be open to our prayer.
Avinu Malkeinu, chadesh aleinu shana tova.
Avinu Malkeinu, renew us for a year of goodness.
Avinu Malkeinu, enanu melech ela ata.
Avinu Malkeinu, we have no sovereign but you.
Avinu Malkeinu, chanenu v'chesed v'hoshianu.
Avinu Malkeinu, almighty and merciful, answer us with grace when our deeds are wanting. Save us through acts of justice and love.
Avinu
Malkeinu, Onenu Vaneinu. Avinu Malkeinu, Onenu Vaneinu, Ki ein banu masim. Aseh imanu, tzedaka v'chesed. Aseh imanu, tzedaka v'chesed, v'hoshienu. Avinu Malkeinu,
Avinu Malkeinu,
Onenu Vaneinu. Avinu Malkeinu, Onenu Vaneinu, Ki ein banu masim. We remain standing, page 666. Lift yourselves, gates of heaven, rise high, be carried aloft, everlasting portals, that the sovereign of splendor may enter. Who is the sovereign of splendor? The eternal soul of the universe, the sublime. This is the sovereign of splendor.
שאו שערים ראשיכם וינשאו את פתחי העולם ויבוא מלך הכבוד. מיהו זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני צבאות מלך הכבוד. אדוני צבאות מלך הכבוד.
Before we move into our full Kaddish, I'm going to have us take a seat for a moment because I want to seamlessly move from Kaddish into our Shema and shofar and then into Havdalah, which means that this is the appropriate time for just a few announcements before we officially close our Yom Kippur service. So Sukkot is going to be upon us in 5 days, which means that we hope that you'll join us for the festivities afterwards. For the for the Sukkot building, which is going to happen in the days intermediate. I'm not sure exactly when. We just got a new sukkah, actually, and so Morty's going to take an inventory and figure out how long it's going to take. But you can get in touch with him, and he'll set you up with the times when they're going to build. And then we're going to launch Sukkot with a potluck dinner at 5:30 on Sunday the 9th.
Sounding really good right now.
Yes. Festival services will be on the 10th and on the 17th, with Simchat Torah, the celebration, being on the 17th on Church Street as we close down Church Street and dance with the Torahs. As I've been announcing at other services, I hope you'll travel to Israel with me next summer. It's from the 2nd through the 10th of July. We also have an adult B'nai Mitzvah class starting up. It's going to start up in a few weeks on Sunday mornings, and our rabbinic intern, James Fader, will be teaching that class. We've got a host of other classes, too, really launching in the next few weeks because we always wait till after the holidays. A monthly lunch with a rabbi where we talk about moral philosophy from a Jewish lens. Our melting class, which is going to talk about the intersection between Jewish history and the history of Islam, between Muslim theology and Jewish theology. So hopefully you look and read our emails and get a sense of all the wonderful things that are going on here. Make sure to meet one another on your way out the door. And for those who joined us virtually, thank you. And a real huge thank you to our staff who made this possible. Thank you to, of course, our maintenance staff, to Michelle W. Malkin, to Lori Schifano, to Ed, who is incredible and has been playing this whole time just with such ruach, such energy, and to Gilad, who we borrowed back from college and who has been playing for us, and Moran, who I didn't get to thank last night officially, but who is our clarinet player, and of course to our choir, to Cantor Greenberg, to Ronnie Pressman, and to the two newest staff members who, if you haven't met them, make a point to meet them. To Rabbi Sharon Litwin, who is our Director of Youth and Family Education. She spent most of her time in our Biachad services, but we were blessed to have her for a bit on the Bima this year. And to our our student rabbi, James Fader, who's going to be with us this year and already has lent his wisdom in what I heard was an amazing class this afternoon. And so with that, we're going to rise one final time as we join together in the full Kaddish. And you got to really bring it on this one.
V'yitkadosh shemei Rabbah Be'olma divrach chirutei v'yamelich malchutei B'chayechon v'yom echon ובחייתך בית ישראל בעגלה ובזמן קריב ואמרו אמן יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם ולעלמי יתברך יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה בריחו לעילה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה דמירן ויעולמה תושבחתה ונחמתה דמירן ויעולמה
Let's hear you. Amen.
תתקבל תלות כל בית ישראל דם ובחון דבי שמיה ואמרו
אמן
יהי שלום רבה מן שמיה וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל
ואמרו אמן
ועשה שלום במרומה ויעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו
Amen. So we're going to invite all of those with shofars to fan out around the room if you can. And I'm going to invite all our clergy to come up to the bima. We're on page 672.
All of our amazing service leaders that have been leading our services throughout the whole
Yes, of course.
week. Perry
Smilo, Rick Abrams,
and
come on
Rick
up.
Abrams. And do we have everybody else? We got everybody else.
All right. It looks like Rabbi Litwin went to go get a shofar for herself. Amazing. And so we'll join together in these words, and then we will hear your wonderful sounds helping us to close the gates.
Ed, we're ready. Ed, we're ready. He's tired. We're all tired.
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Baruch Shem Kevod Malchuto Leolam Vaed.
Join me.
Baruch Shem Kevod Malchuto Leolam Vaed. One more time. Baruch Shem Kevod Malchuto Leolam Vaed. Adonai hu Elohim. Adonai hu Elohim. Adonai hu Elohim. Adonai hu Elohim. Adonai hu
Tekiah. Hold on, we didn't do Gedolah yet. Shivarim. Trua. All right, here we go. Tekiah Gedolah. Yishar Koach. So we need somebody to help us close the lights so that we can make our Havdalah. And you may all, get close.
As we do, we wish each other Lishana Haba'ah B'Yerushalayim.
Or Bloomfield.
And so we make a separation between the holiness of the day and the everyday we are going into, which also in a way has its own sense of holiness to it. We're on page 674.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam.
Borei Pri Hagafen.
Borei Pri Hagafen. Borei Pri Hagafen. La 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 la. Ya la la. Ya la 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 la. Ya la la. We need the light. La. Ya la 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 la. Ya la 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 la. Ya la 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 la. Ya la la.
We bless our candles.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Borei meorei ha'esh. Borei meorei ha'esh. Ya-da-da, ya-da-da-da-da. Ya-da-da-da-da-da. Ya la 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 la. Ya la 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 ya la la. Ya la 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 la. Ya la ya ya la 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 la. Ya la 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 ya la la. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam.
Hamavdil ben Kodesh.
המבדיל בין קודש לחול, בין אור לחושך, בין ישראל לעמים, בין יום השביעי לששת ימי המעשה. ברוך אתה אדוני.
המבדיל בין קודש לחול.
המבדיל בין קודש
קודש בין קודש לחול, חטאותינו ימחול, זרענו ושלומנו ירבה כחול, וככוכבים בלילה. שנה טובה, 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 שנה טובה. אליהו הנביא, אליהו התשבי, אליהו, אליהו, אליהו הגלעדי. במהרה בימינו יבוא אלינו, עם משיח בן דוד, עם משיח בן דוד. אליהו הנביא, אליהו התשבי, אליהו, אליהו, אליהו הגלעדי.
We're going to end with Oseh Shalom. Just keep that ruach flowing. That one, exactly. We can let the lights back on.
Oseh Shalom bimromav, hu ya'aseh shalom aleinu. Oseh Shalom bimromav, hu ya'aseh shalom aleinu. Oseh Shalom bimromav, hu ya'aseh shalom aleinu. Yaseh shalom, yaseh shalom, shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael. Yaseh shalom, yaseh shalom, shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael.
Keep it going. Yaseh shalom,
yaseh shalom, shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael. Yaseh shalom, yaseh shalom, shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael.
Shana Tova.
Shana Tova.